Hello and welcome to the final day of racing at KiteFoil World Series Austria at Lake Trounsey. My name's Andy Rice, and doing the commentary with me today is one of Britain's best kiteboarders, Jimmy Craythorne. Jimmy, they are going to have to be at their best for these conditions today. It's looking tricky, but we're hopefully we might get into it soon.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks tricky, but these riders are up for any challenge that is thrown at them, so I'm sure we'll see some good stuff from them.
Well, they've had all manner of conditions so far this week. Let's see the action from earlier this week and how we've led up to today. Six short, sharp races still added up to a hard day on the water for the riders on Lake Trounsey.
In the men, we saw multiple race wins from a variety of the top four. Maximilian Mader, the current world champion, and Martin Jolench from Croatia. We also saw Dennis Taradin take 2 race wins with the strategy, if you want to win, you have to start at the pins. And man of the day has to be Florian Gruber with a full, consistent performance, always up there for the German rider.
In the women's division, Lauriane Nolot, the reigning world champion, had a really good day, racing in amongst the men and now closing the gap to just 2 points on Australia's Brianna Whitehead, who still leads the girls, but it is getting closer between those two.
It doesn't get much more glamour than this on Lake Trounsey. See you tomorrow for more, where you can join us on the live stream.
So Jimmy, 2 days ago we had those 6 races. It was absolutely spectacular, wasn't it? It was one of the best days I've ever seen anywhere, not just in Trounsey, but 6 straight races. Really quite difficult racetrack, but lots of different winners.
Absolutely, it was pretty glamorous. It was amazing here in Trounsey.
And then no racing yesterday. We tried, and there were glimmers of hope. And now we come into today, and well, it's offshore breeze. What are the implications of that?
So offshore definitely makes it a little bit more tricky. It's hard to get off the beach, but when you're out there, it's doable, just gusty and challenging.
So we've been building up to the to today, and we've seen different medal series formats in the past, but anyway, it's a little bit different this year, isn't it? How much have you got your head around it? If you were out there competing now, how much does it change the approach, do you think?
I guess the approach is the same as anything. You still want to win races. I'm quite excited to see how this medal series format will work out. It's different to what we've been doing for the rest of this year, so we can take a look at a video explaining how this new medal series could work.
In kitefoil racing, we've got a format, the medal series, that means that anyone at the top 10 can still win the competition on the final day. Here's how it works. To win the championship, you need to get 3 wins in the 4-board final. First place from the opening series flies straight through to the final with 2 wins, meaning they only need to win 1 more race. Second from the opening series goes through with just 1 win, so they'll need to win 2 more in the final. But what about the other 2? How do they get to the final? 8 riders, positions 3 to 10 in the opening series, can still win the championship if they can break through a series of 1-race knockout rounds. Through each round, 2 are knocked out of the competition and 2 progress to the next level. The top 2 riders to emerge from this knockout process join our other 2 contenders in the 4-rider final. Except that the knockout qualifiers start with no race wins. But if one of them can take 3 wins, then they will become the overall champion. So we're really interested to see how this works out in practice. It's a more streamlined format than what we've seen before. So in terms of the number of races we've got, we know it's more predictable. And we're going to get into it with the repechage. So we got 4 in our repechage, and at the bottom of the standings, we have got in 10th place from Poland, Jan Kozowski. Let's just take a look at the runners and riders who we saw earlier at the bib ceremony just before they got on the water. So let's take a look at that now. Races to get through first, and we've got the repechage. So just looking at those riders again, anything that we can highlight about who you think might do it well in these tricky conditions today, Jimmy, out of Jan Kozowski, Giuseppe Paolillo, Sam Dickinson or Carl Mader?
It's hard to say because this is quite a different day to the previous days that we've had here in Trounsey. So we'll see if these riders are good on just their 23 and 21 that we saw earlier in the week, or if they have a bit more up their sleeve for the trickier conditions out here. I think they're launching their 15s. I think it's quite a good call for what I'm seeing out there.
So do you find that riders tend to have their favourite kite and their favourite conditions, and there's not that many that are comfortable across the range?
I think definitely, well, I certainly did. I liked windier conditions, were always my favourite. But I think as you kind of go further up the rankings, I think it's quite evident that the riders, it doesn't matter what kite they're on, they tend to always perform. But yeah, definitely some people do prefer one condition as opposed to another.
There's a choice of 4 kites, and over the nearly 2 years that I've been working on the KiteFoil circuit, I've seen the big kites used most of the time. It seems like the big ones, the 23s for the men or the 21 for the women, are used maybe more than 50% of the time. I can't remember that I've ever seen the smallest ones, the 9s, being used in competition.
Yeah, it's a good point. We've had a fair few light wind events over the past couple of years, but I think the other reason we've seen those big kites in use is so the 23 metre and the 21 metre Fly Surfer VMG. It just has incredible range. So before these kites kind of came out, we would be switching down a kite size at around, I would say maybe even 10, 11 knots. You would want to be moving down to your 15 metre, whereas now you can hold on to these big kites right up until the 15 knots, 16 knots range. I think in the Worlds last year in Cagliari, we saw Max and Tony hold on to their 21s even in 20 knots, which to me is just incredible. Yeah, but I think today the 15 metre is probably a good shout, because in these offshore winds, you'll have big gusts of maybe even over 20 knots, and then you'll have some super light patches as well. So you want to go for the kite that can cover the biggest range, and you probably don't want to be on a massive kite that can pull you off your edge if a gust kind of comes out of nowhere.
Now, I'm going to ask you what you can make of the conditions in a moment with those images, but we're going to go to a quick break and back to you shortly. Right, so Jimmy, I don't know if you're able to identify who we are looking at there. Any guesses as to who that is in the centre of our shot?
So in the centre, that is Jan from Poland. And I think out the back there is Sam Dickinson. So at the moment, we only have 2 riders from this reportage. I'm struggling with the word. And then at the moment, we've got Carl Mader and Giuseppe kind of a little more tentative to get out there. It's quite tricky to launch off the beach. But once you're out and riding around, it's a bit easier to keep your kite in the air.
And do you personally, do you like being one of the early ones out and having more time to get used to the conditions?
Oh, it's hard to say. I think in offshore, it's definitely risky. Oh, it's risky either way, because if you're holding on to the beach for too long, then you've got to give yourself time for error. So if you get out and your kite falls out the sky, you need to know that there's time to relaunch it and get out to the race course. Likewise, if you're out there too early, again, it's just kind of risk management. But to me, I think right now in this situation, I'd want to be out there kiting and keeping my kite moving, getting a bit of an idea of what's going on out there on the race course, because we haven't had this direction. They'll be wanting to know what way up the beat they want to go, if it's a left-hand track, and just getting a good idea of how it's feeling out there.
How big does a wind shift need to be to actually want to capitalise on it? Because obviously tacking is slow, it's not as fast as going in a straight line. So how often can you afford to tack on a course of this length, do you think?
I think because we go so fast, I think you want to really minimise your manoeuvres, especially on a short course as well. We often see kiters start on port, so they only have to do 1 tack up the beat, and I think it makes a pretty massive difference.
So we saw the rider just lift the foil out of the water just then. Could that be getting leaves off the...
Yeah, so here, usually that would be like, we call it a weed flick. So if you have seaweed on your foil, you would try and flick it off the foil because it can slow you down. But here, rather than a weed flick, it's a leaf flick. So lots of leaves from the trees fall onto the water and they wrap around your foil, and it's, yeah, inefficient and uncomfortable to ride with leaves on your foil.
So when you say uncomfortable, how does it feel different?
So it can make your foil ventilate quite a lot, and that's basically just when lots of aerated bubbles go up the mast, and it's rather than a smooth, fast ride along the water, your foil will be kind of bouncing around a bit and, yeah, uncomfortable to ride on.
Now, in other forms of sailing, PTFE kind of lubricant, sort of Teflon kind of spray-on lubricant is used, and that might help, you know, things like barnacles or growth form on the bottom of a keelboat if you leave it in the water for a few days. I don't know how environmentally friendly that is, so I'm not sure how long that's sticking around. But if you were to put that kind of PTFE lube on the mast and on the foil, has anyone ever tried that, and what effect does it have?
That's interesting. I haven't tried it myself. I know that usually we have salt water to contend with, so if the salt water dries on your foil, then the kind of salt crystals need to be washed off with just fresh water is quite good, as long as you keep on top of that foil care. Wash it every time before you go out, after you go out. Obviously here we're lucky we've got fresh water, so you don't have to worry about salt crystals, and it kind of the water just naturally gives your foil a wash when you're out there. We sometimes use window cleaner, is quite good to clean foils, but you want to be careful using anything too aggressive like alcohol. It can sometimes react chemically with the natural chemicals used to finish the foils.
Well, there is the beautiful southern end of Traunsee, the lake that we're about to watch all the action, and beyond that is Ebensee, the village of Ebensee here in Austria. And this is one of the riders' favourite venues that they come to on the annual tour, because launching off grass is really nice, isn't it, Jimmy? It's nicer than sand, and it's nicer than shingle.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's so much better for the kites as well. For the longevity of the material of the kites. We're always searching to land them on in grassy venues, because sand can be a bit abrasive. And this is quite a good temperature as well. It's not too hot. Sometimes I know we struggle in super hot places like Jitsaria. Yeah, it's good venue for kite and foil care, to be honest.
Giuseppe Paolillo, we can see him. Well, that's Max Mader that we can see there. Max getting ready for later on, but Giuseppe is back on the shore. He had a bad launch off the beach earlier. He got his kite in the water, so he's got other riders on the shore trying to dry out his kite and get it dry enough to get it launched in the air again. I don't know how long the race officer's going to be prepared to wait. There's only so much time the race officer's going to wait, so potentially the Italian rider Giuseppe Paolillo, he's got quite a lot on just to get launched. That's Max Mader. What do you think Max is thinking there at the moment, Jimmy?
So Max has got his younger brother Carl's board there. So I think he's on big brother duty at the moment, which is kind of him. It sometimes helps to get the foil already out there, because there's a lot on when you've got to deal with just flying your kite in these offshore conditions. So what he'll be doing there is getting the foil out a bit. He'll make sure his younger brother is out there in control of his kite, and then he'll pass Carl the board.
Right, okay. Yeah, so helping out one of his competitors, but also happens to be his brother as well.
Exactly, yeah. And it looks like Giuseppe is going for the same tactic there, with Angelo, his teammate, holding his board.
And so Giuseppe has now got his kite back up in the air again. So hopefully we see launch attempt number 2 from Giuseppe, and then hopefully once he gets out there, he'll be able to get his board off this red rib that you can see at the moment.
Yeah, and he's launched his 21 now, which I think is a good call, because the wind has dropped a little bit. So now we've got less of those big gusts coming through. So I think you do probably want to be on the biggest kite that you can get your hands on.
So does that mean the guys out there are starting to regret the choice of kite that they might have?
I don't know what Sam Dickinson has gone for, but I know that Jan did go for his 23 metre in the end. I think I can see that there on the screen.
Okay, so...
Yeah, 23 metre. Actually, that is Sam Dickinson there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, good call from those guys. They've played it safe, gone for the big kites.
You say play it safe. I mean, that depends on what the breeze has done, and they made the correct guess.
Yeah,
but it really is guessing, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't really know with these mountainous venues. Kind of anything can come at you. It's quite hard to match up the forecast with what we actually see with all of these local effects, just throwing lots of random weather at us.
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh, I hear a whistle there.
I'm just wondering, we just hear a couple of whistles there. We're going to find out what is happening. And in foreground, that's Giuseppe Paolillo. He looks like he's not in a hurry at the moment.
Yeah,
I wonder if we're on hold again. We'll go to a quick break and we'll be back to you soon.
I'm really happy to be able to meet my partners by coming here. It's really cool to work with such a professional and high quality brand. I've been riding rub lines for a really long time, but I really like the stiffness of the lines, the durability, and yeah, the long lastings.
And it's really cool to be part of their team, seeing the development in their lines. And yeah, it's great to see.
They have such high quality ropes and such, you know, strength and such resilience to all the elements, and you know, the quality that it holds over time is phenomenal. And so with Robline I feel really safe on the water, and they're really reliable, and it gives me an edge in my peace of mind to be able to go out and give it my best.
Right, we're going to go and get ready and do some interviews on the beach, because it looks like we're on postponement.
DR5, built to win.
Right, we are going to have a quick word with Janis Maus from Germany. Hi, Janis. Thanks for joining me. It seems a little bit stressful on the beach. Is that the right word? What word would you use?
Well, stressful is a very positive word. As an athlete that has to pay for his gear, you could also call it horrible. Yeah, it's pretty hectic with wind direction from totally offshore to almost sideshore. We have a lot of trees around, so it's really gusty. Yeah, basically we had a wind reading somewhere between 0 and 90 knots, I guess. And yeah, that's probably the worst we can have launching wise. Right now we got 2 riders on the water, 2 made it out, but the others were like, okay, let's see what the conditions do. And I mean, now we're on a P again. Let's see if the wind picks up, stays. Well, maybe it stabilizes on a consistent offshore direction, which would also help us already. But yeah, it's well, we're in the mountains and anything can happen here.
What is the problem with offshore? Because people from other sailing backgrounds probably don't really understand what the issue with offshore is.
Exactly. So, I mean, in other sailing disciplines, what offshore means is basically there is wind, there is no wind. But for us, as we don't have a sail hoisted to a mast, like on a different sailboat, we need to keep our sail basically in the air by ourselves, by steering it. And that's really difficult because when you have especially wind direction changes, the kite collapses. So it basically folds together, falls out of the sky into the water, on the beach, wherever. So yeah, the tricky part is actually to get out on without getting the kite wet. On the outside, it's fine because the direction stabilizes and also the wind stabilizes a bit. But yeah, getting out is really the tough part.
And some difficult choices about what size of kite to choose. If it had been you and going out into the repechage just then, what would you have chosen?
At the beginning, it was looking quite strong out there, but as I said, it's really gusty. I think in the gusts you actually need a 15 because we had like really strong gusts coming through at the beach and also offshore. So on the 23 you will just be blown away. You can't do anything. Like no matter how heavy you are, you can't handle a 23-meter kite in 20 knots. On the other hand, the lulls are really like very, very light, so pumping the 15 through the holes is almost impossible. So I think I would have gone on the 23 to make sure I stay on the foil in the lulls and just hope in the gusts.
Right, okay. And now this new format that we're trialling for the first time here, how much difference does that make in your approach? Is there any difference or is it the same mentality?
I mean, I think it's a bit, I wouldn't call it a safer approach, but you don't necessarily need to win to advance, which is, I think, a good thing. Because then people don't take such a high risk, because you would, like in the other format, you would need to a race win to advance to the final, or 1, 2, 3 race wins. Also media-wise, I think it's much more attractive because then you know when the final is definitely going to happen. Yeah, basically I would be quite open to try this new format. I mean, today would have been a pretty good chance for it. Maybe we'll get another one next week in Cagliari. And yeah, I'm really open to see or to like be part of that new system, part of that new elimination in the end. I think it's a fair combination between the IQ elimination and our kite surfers.
When you say IQ, you mean the IQ foil, the foiling windsurfer class that's also in the Olympic Games lineup. They've got a slightly different format. Some would argue it's a bit more brutal. But this is sort of coming towards in their direction, but we've still got this 4-rider final that gives quite an advantage to those that went through higher in the opening series. So here, Max Mader with 2 wins, only got to get 1 more race win. Which do you prefer? Do you like that, or do you like the sudden death of what the IQ foils have, where it's just, if you're in the final, it's winner takes all?
I think it's... well, I definitely prefer the kite system as we have it in the final now, because it's really, I think it's really unfair if you like perform all week long. We've seen competitions where Max or Axel have like 10 race wins in a row, and then in just one final race where their conditions are strange, you can have a material like gear damage. Or like something unlucky happens to you in that one race and then you completely lost your title. So I think in kiting we've, at least for the final, found a really good way to like have those that win, like being on top of the podium, but also like take into consideration the qualifying series.
Yannis, we can't talk to you without talking about your hair. You won the dry flick competition, but you didn't. You could have won the wet look competition yesterday, but you didn't put yourself in for that. Is that because you knew that you were going to win both, and it was fair to give that win to somebody else?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a very sportsman. I like to be. I like to win, of course, but I also want to have the stage open for other people. For example, the Orange Man. He's so positive, and well, I think he also deserves the wet contest winning prize.
Well, that was very generous of you, and Orange Man fully stepped into that opportunity, and he, with his Polish sidekicks, won the wet look competition. So anyway, Yannis, the way you're talking, you don't think it's going to happen today. We are trying to be more optimistic and think it still will happen today. But you're already looking forward towards Cagliari. You've got to keep your head in today, surely. You've still got to think in terms of you might still be racing today.
Sure, I'm fully in the mode. I mean, perfectly prepared. I got all the stuff on the beach, and I would be very keen to race. I mean, I'm currently in 6th, so that is like mid-fleet for the meta races. But I think I pretty much underperformed on the second final day. So yeah, I would be very, very keen, especially these shifty and challenging conditions are usually in my favor, because I really know to read wind shifts from my home spot, and yeah, let's see what we get. At the moment, it's dropping. Maybe it will pick up again. I would be really keen to race.
All right, Yannis, thanks for joining us, and all the best for out there later on this afternoon. Look forward to seeing you in the racing. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go to a quick break and we'll be back to you soon.
Steht dort, wo Menschen neue Wege gehen. Gemeinsam erschaffen wir, was alleine nie entstanden wäre. Wir tragen alles, was es dazu braucht, in uns. Einzeln sind wir stark, gemeinsam sind wir noch stärker. Es ist das Wir, das uns alles erreichen lässt.
Raiffeisen. Wir machen's möglich.
Am I looking at the camera or looking at you? Good both.
So I'm with Brie at the moment, and you're probably happy that your final's a little bit later, probably happy to be on the beach, even though you're ready to go.
Yeah, ready to go, but yeah, happy not to be the guinea pig.
Yeah, for sure. And how used to offshore conditions are you?
I don't know, I've had a bit of practice in a few events, but I guess it's not my usual. I like the onshore a bit more.
Yeah. What's it like in your home spot in Australia?
My home spot pretty much always onshore, little bit of chop. So yeah, the lake's a bit different, but yeah, it's fun.
Yeah. And how has this week been for you? Because you've never been to Chelsea before.
Yeah, I've love being here. It's a really cool spot just to come and visit. And yeah, at the start of the week with the wind, yeah, I had a really good time racing. So yeah.
Nice. And how have you found van life as well?
Yeah, I had my little taste of van life, and yeah, enjoyed it. It was good to have the freedom of the van and got to go and explore a few places. So yeah, it's been really fun.
And nice to wake up ready on the spot. You can roll out of bed onto the race course pretty much. Pretty glamour. Nice. And are you joining us in Cagliari next week as well? Amazing. Because that is where we met all those years ago. And I think that was an offshore event pretty much. Yeah. So you've got that practice up your sleeve.
Exactly. Yeah.
Amazing. Do you think you'll use some of those same tactics and strategy to get off the beach onto the water that we learnt back then?
Definitely. Yeah, many things learnt from that first offshore event. So I think all of that will be put into place if the wind comes back in.
Absolutely. Well, good luck, and hopefully the wind plays ball and we can see you guys race a little bit later. Thanks so much, Brie.
Thanks.
And now we'll take it to another ad.
So, Valentin Bontus, you are just outside, well, you're in 5th at the moment, so you've got some work to do to get into the final. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I think we're having some trouble with the wind direction today. I think we're going to keep waiting a bit, see how it develops, but I don't think it looks too promising. And I think that's how it is. I mean, you can't always be in the finals, but yeah, let's see what happens. And if we go out, for sure I'll do everything possible to get in.
Absolutely. You're here on home water. What's life been like since getting that 4th place at the World Championship a couple of months ago? Has that been life-changing for you?
Yeah, it's been quite interesting. I mean, a lot of media and I don't know, fame, let's say, around me, which I'm trying to kind of deal with the best way possible and not have it get to myself too much. But yeah, it's been super cool. I mean, funding-wise, from the federation, everything is now kind of set for the next few months and until the games. And yeah, we're super happy that I'm gonna be taking part in Paris. And yeah, it's just a life-changing thing to go to the games, I think.
Absolutely. So exciting that you are going to be going there. There's going to be a lot of people cheering for you, not just from Austria, but from around the world. You're a very popular character on the circuit. I understand we're not seeing you in Cagliari in Sardinia next week for the next event on the KiteFoil World Series. Just explain your reasons why you're taking a bit of time out.
So right after this event, we're going back to Marseille to kind of just have some more time in the Olympic venue and get more used to the spot there. And then after that, I'm having a month off with also eye surgery scheduled for the 2nd of November, just because I'm usually wearing glasses and I want to get rid of the disadvantage of my contact lenses. I think, yeah, it's just going to be a small surgery, and it should be done quite quickly. And then 2 weeks off after that, and then we start winter training in Fuerteventura again.
Okay, and so what's it like wearing contact lenses out there? Can you sort of lose them and they can go wrong halfway through a race?
Yeah, I mean, I've been lucky so far, knock on wood, but there's always the possibility that it kind of slips out or kind of just falls out if I fall in the water and water gets into my eye. So I just don't want to have any of this this disadvantage or variable in my racing anymore. And I think now is the time to get it done before the games. So I'm grabbing the opportunity.
And how much time out do you expect to take between now and the games, which are what, end of July next year?
So we have a quite rough plan about next year. We have a month off now, and then we have roughly 10 days of trainings each, and then in between we always take around a week off, so we get enough time off in as well. And then next year for the events, I think we might skip Palma and use it as a rest, or use it as a training in Marseille and take it a bit more easy. And then I think right before the games we're having a bit bigger break as well, just to be ready for the peak event again. And then yeah, it's kind of the rough plan for now.
So you got a lot of training lined up. Tony Vodicek, what do you make of his approach to racing? World champion last year, second in the worlds this year. The Slovenian rider is clearly one of the best in the world, but when I spoke to him at the end of the worlds, he said we may not see him on the racetrack, possibly not until the Olympic Games. How can he possibly expect to be good enough at the Olympics if he's done minimal racing in between then?
Well, I think first of all, Tony's one of the most talented guys on the tour, and for sure he's on top of the game in any case. I think if he really doesn't race or do any training until the games, it's going to be quite a difficult one, because I think that's the biggest mistake you can do if you kind of on top of it and you think you're fine and you kind of skip the training or miss out, then you're gonna just lose meters on the others, because nobody's sleeping and everybody's keeping training, and everybody will improve. So Tony, if I would stand in front of him right now, tell him to get his ass up and get some training done, otherwise it's not going to be easy.
He's not going to be able to play as much of his video games or go partying as much as he sounds like he does as well. I mean, you're a fun guy as well. You understand the other side of life. He's got to have that too, right?
Absolutely. I think that's also a very, very important part of the whole scene in kiting and professional sports, is to kind of separate the private lifestyle and the fun part about it to the important and professional way. And it's super important to have a perfect lineup also for partying and some fun stuff to do. Otherwise you're getting burnt out, and that's the worst thing.
And getting your mental approach right for the games, your first time at the games, you never quite know what to expect. Who are you going to be calling on to understand what that experience is like? Are there other Austrian competitors that you can speak to about that?
Yeah, so we have, Roman Hagara in our team, who was a double Olympic champion. And we have a lot of people in the federation who have been at the games quite a few times. So for sure, that's going to be they're going to be my first kind of people to speak to if I have any doubts. And also my coach. I mean, I've been working with him really well together, and he went to the games last year with the 49er last time, with the 49er FX, and he has some experience in that as well. And I think as an Austrian federation, I would even say we're one of the best lineups you can have. Everything with the organization, logistics, and the metrology team, and it's really a privilege to be in such a great environment. And for sure, we have every support person we need.
You were in the wind tunnel the other day with Elena Corneli, right? Tell us about that wind tunnel experience.
Yeah, that was really cool. I mean, at first it kind of felt a bit like we're in Formula One. You know, it was quite game changing to see on what kind of little things you need to focus on to probably win in the end. And we're gonna be excited to see what the outcome is and what the data shows. And it's gonna be really interesting to see if we can kind of get a little advantage on everybody else.
Valentin, thank you so much. Thanks for taking time out. I know you need to get your head back in the game for today. We hope there's a reason for you to do that. We keep our fingers crossed that we get to see you racing on Austrian waters for one more day here in Transi. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Valentin. Quick ad and we'll be back to you soon.
I'm really happy to be able to meet my partners by coming here. It's really cool to work with such a professional and high quality brand. I've been riding rob lines for a really long time, but I really like the stiffness of the lines, the durability and yeah, the long lastings.
And it's really cool to be part of their team, seeing the development in their lines. And yeah, it's great to see.
They have such high quality ropes and such, strength and such resilience to all the elements, and the quality that it holds over time is phenomenal. And so with Robline I feel really safe on the water, and they're really reliable, and it gives me an edge in my peace of mind to be able to go out and give it my best.
Okay, so Max, you've just called this a gust of hope for racing later, and for you, obviously, it's a bit of a waiting game because you're already in the final. What's your waiting game strategy?
Observe and laugh at the people who are trying to go out. No, but a little bit of pity for their situation, because they have to go out and they have to give it a try. So I'm grateful for them for testing the waters, if you will, for us.
Yeah, so they can be the guinea pigs rather than. I think yesterday on one of the light wind days, you were right out there ready to go. Is that often your kind of go-to, being the guinea pig, or you prefer these guys doing it for you today?
Well, I guess it's a little bit of back and forth, reciprocus. I'd be the guinea pig the first couple of days, they get to be the guinea pig today.
And yesterday, you're playing lots of Mario Kart. Is that, again, another waiting game kind of pastime?
Chess and Mario Kart, I guess, are now my two favorite pastimes in preparation for kiting. One activates your strategy, and the other activates your racing spirit, albeit with a little bit of fervor, because you're gonna be shouting. But yeah, it's great fun.
Yeah. And because chess, you only kind of got into that at the beginning of the year this year, but your chess game has come a long way, a bit like your kiting game.
Well, I haven't taken chess as seriously. It's just a bit of a fun pastime, but I guess I can say I'm a little bit better than the beginning of the year, yeah, due to all the waiting.
Oh, and also, obviously, we're doing a different medal series format, so you've experienced a few different formats that we've done. How do you rate this one?
Well, we've had the one that with the 3 points to qualify for the past couple of months already, or almost more than a year now, or more than a couple of years, pardon. And this one is an interesting one because I get it, it's meant to solidify the amount of races needed for at least the semifinals, where you can have a little bit more of a streamlined flow to the entire thing. And I don't know how it's going to work. That's why we're here to test it out.
Yeah, it'll be good to see. And looking forward after this event, so you're doing all of the events in the KiteFoil World Series. How are you looking forward to China?
Oh yeah, China's going to be great because we're finally back with the official tour. No more Asian Games or... we've been missing the Asian Championships. Those have been gone for a while. So... I'm excited to be back in Asia, and it's great to be back in China as well, because you have so many spots to pick from, and it's always great fun and adventure being there. Yeah,
and 2 events back to back as well in 2 slightly different locations. What's your experience racing in either of those venues before?
In China?
Yeah.
Well, it's each place has a different feel. You know, you gotta get a place to have your food. You know, because there it can get a little exotic sometimes or difficult. So if you have an Asian palate, then that'll help a lot. So I guess the experience in China is positive if you can get the food sorted, because it can get quite difficult if you don't if your stomach is uncomfortable. But as soon as that's sorted out, the venue, the logistics, the kiting, more often than not is great.
So people need to work on getting their Asian palate, and then they're ready to go. They're ready for China.
I guess so, yeah. And it's always a great fun and adventure being there, yeah.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you so much, Max. And let's hope that this wind comes right and we'll see you racing later.
Right, my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Oh, we've got Andy Rice as well.
I've just heard that the rain is about to hit us, so we are going to go off air very soon. We're going to be standing by hoping that this breeze settles down and that the rain goes away. But for the time being, we're going to go off air. So stay tuned on our social media channels, because as soon as we get into racing, we will be back live with the live streaming. So we'll see you then. Right, so we are back. This is rerun. Let's see if we can make it work this time for the final day of KiteFoil World Series Austria here at Lake Trounsey. I'm Andy Rice, and this is Jimmy Craythorne, kiteboarder from Great Britain. Jimmy, it's been a difficult session so far. Trying to get this repechage up and running, but the breeze has gone 180 around at times, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think the breeze has had a bit of an indecisive day, but we're hoping it's finally decided to be onshore. It's the most consistent we've seen it today so far. So I think actually now we are ready for some racing.
Well,
yeah.
Let's keep our fingers crossed. So we have 8 minutes to the start. We've got a new type of format. So, well, now actually, before we talk about the format, let's just talk about let's talk about the format. We haven't trialled it before, so it starts with the repechage. 4 riders who finished 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th in the opening series. Let's find out more about that. In kitefoil racing, we've got a format, the medal series, that means that anyone at the top 10 can still win the competition on the final day. Here's how it works. To win the championship, you need to get 3 wins in the 4-board final. First place from the opening series flies straight through to the final with 2 wins, meaning they only need to win 1 more race. Second from the opening series goes through with just 1 win, so they'll need to win 2 more in the final. But what about the other 2? How do they get to the final? 8 riders, positions 3 to 10 in the opening series, can still win the championship if they can break through a series of 1-race knockout rounds. Through each round, 2 are knocked out of the competition and 2 progress to the next level. The top 2 riders to emerge from this knockout process join our other 2 contenders in the 4-rider final. Except that the knockout qualifiers start with no race wins. But if one of them can take 3 wins, then they will become the overall champion. So this is the first time we're going to see this new format trialled, and we got our first 4 guinea pigs coming up in the repechage. So just give you a lineup of who they are. We've got in 10th place Jan Krzyzowski from Poland. In 9th place from Italy, Giuseppe Paolillo. In 8th place, Sam Dickinson from Great Britain. And from Switzerland, in 7th place, Carl Mader. But it is just one single race. It doesn't matter at this stage whether you finish 7th, 8th, 9th or 10th. Any of those guys has an equal shot in this race. But you've been looking at the kite sizes. What do you make of their approach to kite sizes, and who do you think might benefit in these conditions?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. So these 4 riders, 3 of them are a bit lighter in the fleet that we have at the moment, so they'll probably go for the 15. I think 3 of them are on the 15 metre, and then we've got Sam Dickinson, who he's quite tall and a little bit heavier, so he's gone for his 23 metre fly surfer. And actually I can see someone launching on the 21, but I think that's Dennis already preparing for his round and just getting used to the conditions. So it will be an interesting battle of kite sizes. I think the 15 metre, nice and quick upwind, but the 23 is a weapon on the downwind. And
so
yeah,
even if Sam Dickinson from GBR doesn't get round the first mark in first place, he has a good chance of being able to go on the charge on the downwinds.
Exactly. But this is a shorter course, so there's a lot more to take into account than speed. You've got time to maneuver, so a bigger kite, it takes a little bit longer to do your tacks and jibes, whereas the 15 is a bit more nippy in those maneuvers. So yeah, a lot of strategy with the kite size decision today.
And have you heard what course that we're on for today?
Yes, it's XS2, so
okay.
That's the slalom finish, and we love a slalom finish in kiting because anything can happen in that final jibe. You could be leading the whole race, but that jibe is super pressured, and we've seen in lots of finals before big changes in that final maneuver.
Like we saw in Portsmouth just a couple of weeks ago at the European Championships, and one of your friends and ex-teammates on GBR, Ellie Aldridge, she had a crash down in the first race of the women's final, had to go through another race, and everyone's heart was in their mouth, any British supporter, wondering if she'd make it through that slalom jibe on the second race, which she did. So she did end up winning the Europeans, but that is often a high stress area on this race course, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's definitely brings the excitement, and with these kites as well. You can get away with a lot on the jibe when you can be super close together and just tuck in on the inside, and if you get it wrong you can have big crashes. Yeah, it's a good area of the course.
We'll go to a quick break and we'll be back to you soon.
DR5, built to win.
Just under 2 minutes to the start. We got 4 riders lining up for the repechage here at KiteFoil World Series Austria in Traunsee. We've waited for the wind to get settled down. Jimmy, finally we got the wind from an onshore direction. This looks more stable. It looks quite strong, and we're in that crossover between which kite to choose, the big 23 or the medium size 15, and we've got a selection of those kites on this race course.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see what strategy these riders will take on the start line, because typically in a final series, because the race course is a lot shorter, so the usual play is to go off on port, so you're minimizing your maneuvers upwind, you only need to do one tack. But here in this venue, it's quite interesting with this onshore breeze. The strategy seems to be going off on port and really punching out to that left corner. And yeah, we'll see what these riders go for. It looks like 3 of them are lining up on starboard there, and they're all pretty convinced on that left-hand corner. We don't seem to have any port starters at the moment.
I wonder.
Or do we from the corner?
I wonder if Culmulating is going to be coming in from the opposite side. We got 30 seconds to go, and it looks like Jan Kozowski, Sam Dickinson, and Giuseppe Paolillo are the 3 that we see. And then just in the distance above them in your picture, I think it's Culmulating that we see coming in from the top end of the screen. So we're 7 seconds away. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Can Culmulating, what's he going to do here?
Oh.
This is so close.
Incredibly close port cross from Culmulating. That was amazing.
Did he get away with it, or do you think the other rider will be protesting because of that?
I will hear soon from the jury if they saw an arm up for a protest there.
Wow. So we have just heard that 2 of these riders were over the line early. So Culmulating is U-flag disqualified. He's the guy at the bottom of the screen. It looked like he had the most amazing port tack start, but he, and I think it's also Giuseppe Paolillo from Italy, our UFD, that only leaves the other 2 riders in there. So if that information is correct, and if I've worked out who's who, I think that means that Jan Kozowski from Poland and Sam Dickinson, as long as they finish this race, will be automatically through to the quarterfinal, to the next round.
Yeah, exactly. For them, they don't know at the moment that the other 2 riders are UFD, so they will still be racing their hearts out trying to get into that next round. But yes, if there are 2 riders UFD, it means they are automatically through, Sam Dickinson and Jan from Poland as well.
Wow, so there's going to be some disappointment for 2 of these riders as they cross the finish line if they're not already told what's happened. But Culmulating can at least console himself with the fact that his approach has worked out. That is Carl going round in the lead after that amazing port tack start.
He had the strategy, he had it in the bag. So unfortunate to see that UFD from the young Swiss rider. We've seen such good stuff from him all week, really impressing us.
Jan Koskovsky going round in second, Paulilo in third, and at the back, Sam Dickinson. So Sam Dickinson with the bigger kite, he's got it all to do down the next leg. He goes into an early jibe, but of course, Sam Dickinson is putting a lot more pressure on himself than he needs to, because we think that Dickinson and Kosovsky are already through. Because of the UFD disqualification, 2 riders starting too early. But wow, what a runaway lead by Carl Mader. His approach on port tack, even if he got his timing wrong and was disqualified, yes, he's going to be massively disappointed. What he can take out of this, Jimmy, is that the port tack approach was definitely the right way to go.
Exactly, yeah, he will be having the race of his life at the moment. That is such an incredible lead. Really good call from the young Swiss rider. I think a lot of the other guys on the beach right now will be looking at that. They'll be thinking to maybe go for the same approach. So this first race of the day in the medal series is always an interesting kind of experimental one.
I think I even heard or saw Dennis Taradin on the beach, the Cyprus rider, look across at us as we were just talking about that. He's just getting his kite rigged up for the next round. I think Taradin and some of the other riders are listening to our commentary to try and work out for themselves what's going on. So Mader, he's got the bit between his teeth, the 15-year-old. Jimmy, you actually tutor Carl in some of his subjects when he's not training and racing. He's still a 15-year-old who has to do his studies, and you're helping with it.
Yeah, it's impressive. He trains as hard as any of the pros, and he manages to fit in his school. And he's a determined kid. He works so hard. And super talented as well. Like, it's not just his good strategy in this race right now. He really has solid speed. He's right up there with the top guys. And we've got Jan Kosovsky behind him. A bit of a gap though, but unfortunate for Giuseppe having the UFD as well. So yeah, that's Jan and Sam will be through to this next round.
Yes, so Sam Dickinson wondering what he's got to do. I think Sam's had a bit of a splashdown and back up and running again. It's very gusty out there, isn't it? It's
super patchy, yeah. The patches are really difficult to deal with on kites. You have to really keep your eyes out of your board and look ahead to the lulls and the gusts and just kind of prepare yourself to take that with the kite as best you can. At the moment, we have a new leader, Giuseppe from Italy. I think Carl had a bit of a touchdown on the tack there. So Giuseppe is in the lead.
Okay, so it's very close between these two, and so it's between the 2 riders that when they cross the line, neither of them are going to get the winner's gun. So first and second, actually UFD disqualified already, but it's a really tight race between them. Meanwhile, jibing away earlier is Jan Kosovsky in 3rd place, and some way back is Sam Dickinson, who must be wondering if he can actually get past any of them in this race. But what an amazing consolation it will be for him. Oh, splashdown
from Jan there as well. It is looking really tricky to kind of keep control in these gusts.
It looks like maybe the 15 is the safer choice in these conditions. Do you think, Jimmy, the 15 square meter?
I think so. With the gusts that we're seeing now, they're quite punchy, and I've seen Yanis launch his 15 for the upcoming round as well. So I think the riders on the shore are definitely thinking to go for their 15-meter fly surfer.
Right, coming down to the bottom of the course for the final time. They've got the jibe to get through. Who do we think that is in the lead?
So that is Carl Mader in the lead at the moment, with Giuseppe just behind him. A bit of pumping from Carl there.
So a soft patch despite all the big gusts?
Exactly. Big wind range here. Both of them going for that simultaneous jibe. The final jibe into that reach for the finish.
I thought Culmulating had left the door open there, but it's going to be so close between these two. It's going to be a race to the non-finish. It looks like maybe Paulillo has pulled in ahead of Culmulating, so Paulillo is going to cross the finish line. Only a crash for Culmulating, so it's Paulillo who is going to be clear across the finish line in first place, except that he's not going to get a finish.
Yeah, devastating for the young Italian rider. I think claiming the win, but still UFD, so a bit of a bittersweet finish there for him.
Jan Kozowski overtaking Culmulating for second across the line, but he's going to be our first qualifier through to the next round, the quarter-final. Culmulating just loses it at the end with that splashdown, crosses the line in third, but he will soon discover, if he hasn't already, that he was U-flagged disqualified. And Sam Dickinson was never in this race, a long, long way back. But Sam, if he just crosses this finish line, will have secured his spot in the next round. And I wonder what choice Kite Sam will go for, whether he'll stick with his 23 or if Sam will have time to change down to the 15.
Yeah, it's a really tough call. I'm super intrigued to see what he's going to do there.
We'll go to a quick break and we'll be back to you soon.
Entsteht dort, wo Menschen neue Wege gehen. Gemeinsam erschaffen wir, was alleine nie entstanden wäre. Wir tragen alles, was es dazu braucht, in uns. Einzeln sind wir stark, gemeinsam sind wir noch stärker. Es ist das Wir, das uns alles erreichen lässt.
Reifeisen. Wir macht's möglich.
So there is the situation on the beach, number 19. We're looking at number 19, that's Culmulating. So
he will be gutted about that UFD.
He'll be, yeah. He's walking straight out of the boat park. He's understandably probably quite upset about the way that worked out. And I heard a bit of a cheer from the shore. Did you, Jimmy, do you manage to see what's going on? Is it the antics of trying to get launched?
Yes, so at the moment right on the beach, it's very difficult to get out. It's quite soft wind on the beach, but then pretty windy out on the race course. So it is a challenge for these kiters. They're doing a good job keeping their kites in the air and dealing with the conditions that are being thrown at us.
So we just saw Jan Kozowski from Poland being our first qualifier, and Sam Dickinson from GBR. They are going through to the quarter-final. They're going to be joining Janis Maus from Germany and Valentin Bontus, the home hero from Austria, in the quarter-final. And again, it will be 2 to go through to the next round, and it will be 2 to be knocked out. So we got this 2-2 format that we're trialing for the first time here, and well, a small piece of history was made there of that first repechage race we've ever seen, and it was, in a way, it was almost over before it began because of those U-flag disqualifications.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder if that means that, well, there are the results confirmed. So as we thought, Kozowski and Dickinson are through in first and second. Maida and Paulillo, UFD flag disqualified. So who finished where across the finish line was really quite academic and didn't matter in the end. But Dickinson on the 23 square metre, some way back, and it may be too simplistic to ask the question, does that mean that a smaller kite would be better? I don't know, but what do you think, Jimmy?
Well, he's just come into the beach now, and it looks like he's going to land his kite. And yeah, the water's looking quite windy there. So if I were him, I would be sizing down. I think as well, just to match the other guys in the fleet in this quarter-final.
So that's Sam, just to the left of your picture, number 47. And meanwhile, out on the water, I don't know if we can identify who that is, but someone is having trouble with their kite out on the water, just trying to keep it in the air.
I think that might be Jan Kozowski.
The breeze is picking up here, and I'm almost beginning to wonder if the 15 at times is feeling too big for these gusts.
They'll be getting out their 11s in a second.
Yeah, you do wonder. Sam Dickinson, number 47, now on the right of your picture. Looks pretty relaxed. He doesn't seem like he's in a big rush at the moment. Surely he's got to be thinking that... I hope he knows that he's in the next round.
Yeah, fine. Yes, it does seem pretty chilled out.
I think we need to check that. Sam?
Does Sam know he's through to the next round?
Does Sam know he's in the next round?
Lolo's on the case.
Right, we got Lauriane Nalot making sure that Sam Dickinson knows. It could be that because he crossed the line in fourth, he doesn't actually know.
Yeah, it is confusing for the riders.
Well, we're thinking maybe Sam Dickinson wasn't aware of the UFDs, the disqualifications, and so Sam needs to get his skates on. And this is all part of getting to grips with the new format. I think Sam Dickinson knows he's racing. Can you make sure Sam knows he's still racing? He looks like he's not doing anything.
I think someone's getting the 15 for him. Yeah, so Sam is grabbing a smaller kite.
Okay, so just to clarify, we were concerned that Sam Dickinson didn't know he was in the next round, but he's actually waiting for somebody to get his 15 square meter for him to compete in the next round. And you can see how streaky that breeze is. And
streaky's a good word. Yeah.
Maybe I'm being kind for it, Jimmy. What would you call it?
Yeah, streaky's pretty accurate.
It's definitely a challenging day, and I'm quite happy that these are some of the best riders in the world. We've already knocked out most of the fleet before doing the medal series, but as we work our way up towards the top of the pyramid, we've got these challenging conditions, but at least we've got the best riders to deal with it.
Exactly, yeah. These guys have dealt with a lot sitting attached to a kite before, so they're no strangers to tricky conditions, but this definitely will still be a challenge for them. But this is what we train for. We try and push the limits, and we try and prepare for days like these so we can still perform.
And yeah, so I guess in competition circumstances, you sort of have less choice than if you're going training. If this is a training day, you probably wouldn't go.
Yeah, exactly.
Or you give it a bit more choice,
yeah.
a bit more thought, but you don't really have a choice, do you, when you've got to go?
That's so true. So when you're training, you can kind of pick and choose your days. You can pick the most consistent wind, sunny breeze. But I think more and more riders are trying to push the limits of training and pick the trickier conditions so that when days like these come on competition days, they're really ready for it.
Well, coming up to the commentary booth, we got the youngest of the Mader brothers.
Hey, VJ, welcome to the booth.
Hi, VJ. Are you actually joining us for a conversation?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay. Do you want to? Okay. Well, I don't know if you saw Transy last year, then you'll know that VJ and I had a conversation last year about.
Now it's all on Carl for me. I'm really sad that Carl's angry, but then it's questionable that he's complaining because he got third, and I really have a feeling he's gonna get into the finals next year or in a few more events. Yeah.
Carl seems to really be going on the up at the moment, doesn't he? He's really making big strides forwards. What do you think the difference is for Carl?
The difference for Carl and who? Max?
Well, no, let's talk about Carl for the moment. So everyone knows who Max is. He's the world champion. But your other brother, Carl, 15-year-old, he seems like he's really getting better. But of course, he must be disappointed that he started a little bit too early in that race and he got U flag disqualified. What, have you had a chance to speak to him afterwards? And what advice did you have for him?
Not really, because every time Carl is in that mood, no one really can talk to him.
Oh, why is that?
I don't know. He's a bit just angry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's understandable. I mean, he puts a lot of heart and soul and emotion and a lot of effort into being as good as he can be.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's understandable that he's angry now, but do you think over the course of the next few hours he'll be happy with his performance in Transy?
I don't know, but hopefully.
And apart from you, what other sources of wisdom does he turn to? Maybe your mum and your dad?
No, probably. You saw his interview, so it's definitely a bit on, his coach.
Okay, yeah, so his conversation with his coach. And what about Jimmy? Because Jimmy and Carl work together a lot as well, don't they? But mostly on maths.
Yeah. Yeah, but it does, like, he wouldn't have got top 3 if, like, Jimmy didn't help him with calculating all things and yeah. Yeah. And
well, I've just heard that he's going to get a medal here. He'll finish 8th at this event.
Nah, he got 3rd, didn't he?
Well, the competition's not over for the rest of them, but he was 3rd across that line. But did you know, maybe you didn't know, but he was over the line early at the start.
Oh, yeah, UFT.
UFT, exactly, yeah. But he will still finish 8th overall. So, I mean, he's got to be happy with that, doesn't he, in the end?
Yeah.
Yeah. And let's come back to Max.
Talking about Carl, he's right there.
Oh, there he is, yeah. Do you think he looks a bit calmer now?
Nah, I don't know. I need to see his face.
Yeah, okay, yeah. And you've been playing video games with him as well, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure you beat him at video games.
No.
Oh, really? Okay. That's very honest of you.
Sometimes.
Yeah. What about Max?
Also, in video games, he complains when he's like 3rd. He only needs to get 1st to be like happy for some reason.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
On to Max then.
Yeah, on to Max. So, I asked you last year when he was 2nd if he needed to pull his socks up, and I don't know if you remember the advice that you gave, but what was 2nd's not really good enough, is it?
At this moment, with all these professional racers, 2nd is okay for now.
Okay. But he is actually leading here at the moment, and he's wearing the yellow bib. Do you think he can see out the competition and win here in Transy?
I don't know. Hopefully. I don't know.
What about you? How many years away before we see you on the kitefoil circuit?
Hopefully soon.
Hopefully soon?
I do kiting now. So
You're already kiting. How old are you?
7.
7. And so you've got a few more competitive years.
On to my old voice from the last interview.
Sorry, what about that?
Nothing.
Well, we got 2 minutes 50 to the next start. So, VJ, thanks very much for joining us. Keep on handing out those words of wisdom to your brothers and anyone else that you can help. So, yeah, keep the faith. And there we have the youngest of the Maida clan. Yeah, all right. See you later, VJ. So, Jimmy, you've had to well, you work with Carl in maths. What's he like when he gets a maths question wrong?
I think he'd want me to say that he never gets it wrong. He's like a human calculator. He's got a very, very powerful brain.
Yes, he was.
But what I would say is I know he's sad now, but I know that actually a UFD for him is a bit of a win because it shows that he's pushing the line, and I know he's been working on his starts. So I think when he looks back on this tomorrow morning, he'll be kind of happy with that.
Well,
It shows
it
his
was a
progression.
well-executed one.
Yeah,
I wondered
yeah.
if there was going to be a tangle there. It was so close
Yeah.
between him and Paulilo coming in on starboard. I
Yeah.
was a little bit concerned,
It was
but
executed down to the millimetre.
yes, it was.
Yeah.
And it was so close that it wasn't an obvious, oh, well, they're definitely over it. I didn't think that they were over it.
Yeah, me neither.
It
Yeah.
looked close, but
It must have been quite fine.
yeah.
Yeah.
So with 3 minutes 30 into the next start, we'll have a quick break and we'll be back to you soon.
I'm really happy to be able to meet my partners by coming here. It's really cool to work with such a professional and high quality brand. I've been riding rope lines for a really long time, but I really like the stiffness of the lines, the durability, and yeah, the long lastings.
And it's really cool to be part of their team, seeing the development in their lines. And yeah, it's great to see.
They have such high quality ropes and such, strength and such resilience to all the elements, and the quality that it holds over time is phenomenal. And so with Robline, I feel really safe on the water, and they're really reliable, and it gives me an edge in my peace of mind to be able to go out and give it my best.
So 2 minutes to the start, and let's just remind you who is going to be in this quarter-final. We got our two qualifiers from the previous round, the repechage, Jan Kozowski from Poland, Sam Dickinson from Great Britain, and they will be joining Janis Maus from Germany and Valentin Bontus from Austria. And I hear another cheer going up from the shore. Jimmy, what do you see? What's causing all the kerfuffle?
So one of the riders out there, I don't know whether that was Valentin Bontus, his kite just fell down in the gust, and it's created what we call a bow tie when one of the ends of the kite folds inside itself. So that is really quite a tricky position to relaunch from. Hopefully the kite will right itself and he can get up and riding. I think unfortunately that does look like it is Valentin Bontus.
Oh, that would be really sad, particularly for home fans. Valentin Bontus recently finishing 4th in the World Championship, so really become an absolute world-class rider in recent months. But it's a measure of just how difficult these conditions must be out there if that has happened to Valentin Bontus. So it could be that there's only 3 riders left in this race with 30 seconds to go, and it looks like we've got one coming in for a port tack start and 2 coming in for starboard.
So that is Jan. He's learning from the race before and he's going for that port tack start. I'm surprised that Janis isn't. Usually that's his move.
Yeah. To me, on such a short course, it seems like a strong move, but your timing has to be absolutely spot on, doesn't it? 8 seconds to go, 5 seconds to go. Is Jan going to go for it? Is he going to go for the pull tack? No, he's going to go behind, but at least he's still potentially got one less tack to do. So a great start by Janis Maus. That's up to windward, is that correct?
Yeah, so Janis Maus to windward. We've got Sam Dickinson at the bottom of our screen. Clear start, so no UFDs from this race, so they're all in it to win it here.
Except for Valentin Bontus, top right of your screen. You can just see his kite near that rib in the water, so no start for Valentin Bontus. Janis Maus seems to have a much higher mode than Sam Dickinson, bottom left corner of screen. That's Dickinson going into attack now, but Janis Maus is already going to be significantly ahead of the British rider. And what's it going to be like for Jan Kozowski on the far side, who's just tacking near the cliffs? This is looking quite good for Janis Maus at the moment.
Yeah, it's looking really good. He seems to have gone for the same strategy that's been working for the other 2 racing days this week. And we'll see how he comes in against Jan. It looks like it's really working for Janis Maus coming in on the port lay at the moment. Really good advantage for him. He's got such a good high mode. Tacking onto that lay line now, quite far ahead of the other two riders. Sadly, we've just heard Valentin is retiring. He still hasn't got his kite up, so he won't be in this race, unfortunately.
That is very sad to hear that.
Yeah.
So this race is really on for these three remaining, and Yannis Maus with a good lead around the first mark, and then Sam Dickinson and Jan Kozowski very close together indeed. And I'm surprised how badly it worked out for Jan Kozowski going the opposite direction on the port tack start, Jimmy. Do you think it was just less wind in that corner?
Yeah, I do think the conditions have changed slightly from the race before. I think as well he seemed to have a bit of a lower mode going out on port, whereas in the race before we saw Carl had quite a nice high mode, which really did pay well for him.
And Sam Dickinson's had a bit of a splashdown at the windward mark and only just getting up and running again. So Sam Dickinson with a lot of work to do now if he's going to get back into this race. At the moment, it looks like Yannis Maus and Jan Kozowski are in the box seat to qualify through from this round and get through into the semi-finals. Yannis Maus going into a jibe. And the German rider safely through that manoeuvre, and he should be heading down to the bottom of the course first time round on this two-lap race course here in Trounsey, final day of KiteFoil World Series Austria, and we're trialling a new finals format. Any one of the top 10 went into the day with the ability to win this competition, but gradually we are whittling our way down to the final few players, and Yannis Maus right now is doing everything he can to keep himself in the hunt and to book his spot into the next round, which will be the semi-final.
Yeah, and he's really extending that lead that he's got there, doing a really good job for the German rider.
And Jan Kozowski not too far behind, and unlikely to catch Yannis Maus as things stand. Jan Kozowski happy to go through the same manoeuvres as Yannis Maus and follow the German up the racetrack, because it's quite a gap back to Sam Dickinson.
I think Sam Dickinson has had a crash as well. It's really, really tough out there. It's getting quite patchy. So I think these riders will just be looking to maybe play it a little bit safer, and if I'm honest, just to stay on the board in these big gusts and lulls.
And Sam looks like he's struggled today. He's a relative newcomer to kiting.
Yeah.
So do you think he sailed out of his skin in the lighter races earlier on this week, and he's finding this gusty stuff just a little bit too much?
Yeah, I think definitely the more experience you have, the better you can deal with the trickier conditions and the gusts. I would say Sam has had really good progression. Oh, another
splash down for Yannis Maus.
Yannis. I spoke too soon.
So Jan Kozowski has his opportunity to move past Yannis Maus and move into the lead. Yannis Maus needs to get up and running because Sam Dickinson is not out of this yet. And so Yannis Maus needs to get up and running. And Yannis was doing more tacking up the middle than I thought was maybe necessary, but that's easy for me to say from here. But every manoeuvre must have quite a lot of jeopardy, I would have thought, Jimmy.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if he was going for a tack there. I think it was just an unfortunate lull that he found himself in, where the 15 just wasn't quite enough to keep him going. And Jan is one of the lighter riders. He's an impressive rider from Poland, and he will be stoked to find himself leading this race. So this is quite cool. We're already seeing in this format that you can come in from 10th place, that's how he began the day, in 10th. And he is working his way up through these different rounds. So all he needs to do is just stay on the foil, keep this lead, and he will see himself, move up further through these finals. But it looks tough. It's really light up top there, so the 15-meter will be a bit of a challenge. But if they can keep pumping through the manoeuvres, keep on the foil, then they should be able to make it around the course. We've got Yannis still trying to get up there. He's got a bit of a shift on now to overtake Sam Dickinson, but Sam Dickinson has underlaid, so he's got a few tricky tacks to make it through.
This is still very close between the back two. Jan Kozowski is off and away down the final run towards the bottom of the course and then that slalom, but it's looking very tricky for the other two. Yannis Mouse just around in second, but can afford no mistakes because Sam Dickinson right on his tail. So Jan Kozowski now looking pretty comfortable in the lead, but the battle for the second qualifying spot through to the next round, who will it go to? Will it go to Germany or Great Britain?
Cool, what a race. Literally anything can happen on days like today. A lot of room for opportunity, but a lot of room for error as well.
Yannis Mouse in the middle of our picture, Sam Dickinson just gone out to the left of picture, and across the middle there at the bottom of our screen, Jan Kozowski with a massive lead coming in towards the bottom of the course, and it looks increasingly like the Polish rider is going to move through yet again to yet another round. And if you just think that Jan Kozowski started the day in 10th place, he was the bottom qualifier, and he's just about to get his way into the semi-final the way things are going, but he's having to pump the board quite hard. The lulls are pretty big out there, aren't they, Jimmy?
So what we're seeing right now is he has to make it to that jibe mark, but it's super light, so he's playing it safe by jibing round to try and get that ley line to even get across the reach, but it's really light and his kite's gone down there.
This is horrendous for Jan Kozowski. All he needs to do is just get himself, his board and his kite round that white mark to the left of your screen, but there's a lull there, which means that he can't quite get there. So now it opens up again for Yannis Mouse coming down towards the bottom of the course to pull into the lead again. But Yannis Mouse knows also that that gust is not going to stay with him forever. Can he slingshot his way round? And we've just heard that the race course, that the race is abandoned.
You can see Yannis using his pump foil skills there. I think these riders can't even make that reach to that final mark. It's so light.
And on shore there's consternation. Valentin Bontas not looking at all happy. I thought Valentin would actually be consoled by hearing that abandonment. I don't yet know, but I would have thought that if the race is abandoned, then he has the opportunity to compete in the rerun of that race. So I've just had that confirmed to me that he can go again. So Valentin needs to get the smile back on his face again, because he's had a get out of jail card for him here.
Yeah, exactly. So he's wrapping up his 15 now. I think he's going to prepare his 23 metre.
Right, we will make sense of what's happening in a moment. We're a quick break and we'll be back to you soon.
DR5, built to win.
Right, so race abandoned. That was the quarter-final. We hope that we're going to get a rerun of that race. And just to remind you, even before the race started, Valentin Bontas from Austria had what Jimmy described as a bow tie wrap in his kite, and he wasn't even able to start the race. Jan Kozowski started on port tack, looked like a solid start to me, but actually it was Yannis Mouse that came in from the left and and led around the race course, and Yanis looked pretty comfortable until halfway up the second beat when he had a splash down. Jan Kozowski gets in the lead again. Sam Dickinson and Yanis Mouse close for second. Jan Kozowski with a big lead coming in towards the slalom mark, but there's no wind in that corner of the of Lake Trounsey. He couldn't get round there, and just after that was when the race was rightly abandoned. It was turning into a bit of a farce, but this is a get out of jail card for Valentin Bontas, because as and when we get the rerun of that race, we will have 4 riders on the start line again. So that's at least good news for the Austrian rider, isn't it, Jimmy?
Exactly, yeah, he'll be happy to get another shot at that, and hopefully we get the conditions soon to do that rerun.
Now, it would be nice if we can get a chance to speak to some of the riders. So if we can get our mobile cameraman Felix up and running, we'll see what we can do with that. Let's we'll go to a quick break, and we'll be back to you soon and see where we go next.
Entsteht dort, wo Menschen neue Wege gehen. Gemeinsam erschaffen wir, was alleine nie entstanden wäre. Wir tragen alles, was es dazu braucht, in uns. Einzeln sind wir stark, gemeinsam sind wir noch stärker. Es ist das Wir, das uns alles erreichen lässt.
Raiffeisen. Wir
Okay, so race abandoned, waiting to get back into competition. 23, that is Jan Kozowski, who's had a fantastic day so far, Jimmy. He started the day in 10th place, but he's really made sense of these very tricky, challenging conditions.
Yeah, so impressive from the young rider. I think I'm gutted for him that the conditions didn't allow for that race to be finished, because what a scene to see him come up from 10th place, just working his way up through the rankings. And he was a skier back in the day, no stranger to speed, and the Polish Federation did an amazing job kind of finding these adrenaline-hungry youths and training them in the art of kitefoiling. So even though he's young, he is pretty experienced and, yeah, no stranger to the kitefoiling game. So it's really nice to see him do such a good job here in Trounsey.
And he's flapping his arms backwards and forwards. That's a form of treading water, is it?
Yeah. So you want to get tension in the lines so you can relaunch your kite. So he'll be looking for just a little puff of wind to be able to do that relaunch. And, yeah, swimming away to get the tension back in the lines. And hopefully a gust comes along for him to relaunch.
Now I'm really thinking you're the one who taught Carl to kite.
So we got VJ, the young mater, in the booth with us at the moment. So
Yeah, quiet here.
yeah, no, that's fine, VJ. You can hang out here. We're going to be running out soon anyway to interview some of the riders. So we'll go to an ad and we will be back to you soon.
There you go.
Can you get Valentin?
I think he'll be busy.
Or maybe Flo. So we're just seeing if we can get one of the riders to speak to and get their perspective. It's been a tricky old morning and frustrating for some of them, but Jan Kozowski, he's still out there treading water. He's the one that's impressed me so far today, coming through from 10th place, coming through that repechage successfully and doing a really great job until that splash down in the quarterfinal. And there wasn't really much he could do about that. Anyway, coming to join me here is Dennis Taradin. Dennis, you've had the pleasure of watching that with us from the shore.
Yes,
relief that you haven't had to take part so far, or can you not wait to get into it?
I just want to go out there. I think the conditions are pretty good. It's tricky, obviously. Sometimes you get unlucky, like the last race on the last mark without the wind. But we need to consider that everyone in the same race, everyone is in the same conditions, so it's tricky, but it's racing, and I like race here to race in Trouncy, so I just want to go out there. Yeah, can't wait for my semi-final.
I can sense the adrenaline is pulsing through you already, so pretty excited.
And also, you're not very scared to drop your kite because it's fresh water, so it's not as bad. And then if the wind dies, my kite is in the water, I dry it and it's like brand new, so it's good.
What about that decision to abandon? Was that at the right time? Should it have come earlier, or should they have kept the race going?
I think it was pretty good. Because I think it was correct decision because the first guy, he was swimming for about 10-20 seconds before they abandoned the race. And I think it was if two guys would finish the race out of 4, when 3 started, it would be a clear race. So I think they did a correct decision right on time. Because if I would finish this race, 2 of the guys, and they abandoned because one guy couldn't tuck at the top mark, I would be sad.
Yeah, it looks really tricky out there. And what size of kite would you have chosen so far based on what you've seen?
It changes every minute. I have 15, 21, 23 ready. So I pretty much see the conditions 2 minutes before my start and pick the kite that is good for. Like now it's 23. 10 minutes ago, 15, then 21. So it's jumping up and down. So you really need to be. I'm talking with the Martin here because he's in my semi-final. Okay, well, we're going to take like 15, maybe 21, 23. So because we try to be with the same kite in order to be competitive with each other.
What about the port or the tack start? Well, obviously, we saw Carl Mader UFD disqualified, but fundamentally that port tack start worked well for him. The port tack start for Jan Kozowski not so well. So what are you going to choose, port or starboard?
At the same, depends on conditions. I think when Carl did the port start, you could see that up there next to the mountains was full of wind. And the second race, when the guy took the port start, there was a hole with no wind. And then when the Yanis went out there, it was a hole in the white cap. So you really, before the race, you're checking the strategy because in this condition it changes like second by second. And the same, if you're losing the gas, it's better, I think, to tuck, do extra 1 or 2 tucks, but just to stay in the wind line, because I think there's spots with 0 wind, because if you end up in them, you're done for the race.
Now, what about your relationship with Alexei, your coach? How long have you been working with him, and what does he bring to your campaign?
So I've been working with Alex. It's going to be 10 years in November. We started together. I joined his team in November 2013. First, we had the Formula Kite with the race boards. And just since then, he's been my main coach for the last 10 years. And we've spent together, I think, more than with our families. And yeah, he's very important and an essential part of the team. Because he comes with a professional background of sailing, windsurfing, and actually going to the World Sailing Cups. He also have PhD in sports science and all the stuff. So I think and just his expertise, he thinks a lot about everything and working with. I think he's the best coach out there. I don't think anyone can name the better coach for kite surfing. So yeah, big pleasure to be able to train with him. And plus, he not only he can go on the boat, but he also can train with you on the water. Make sure that you have the right technique, he pushes to you, and yeah, it's perfect.
So he's still a very fast rider in his own right, even though he's got a few years on you. What age is Alexei?
I think Alex is 45.
45, yeah. Which in this world is old. That's old, isn't it?
It's different because like when you do sparring, you can't keep up the speed, but the competition is just, you have so many different unknowns and so many variables that you need to consider. And basically, without the practice, he would not even be close to top 10 inside the competition. But the raw speed, he's very close to top 20.
So for straight line testing, he's still a great guy to spar against.
Yeah, exactly.
Dennis, we're going to see you in Cagliari.
Can I say? I want to just say hi to my mom, my grandmother, my girlfriend, and the rest of the family. They're right now in kite safari in Egypt, but have a good time.
Dennis,
Yeah.
great to give a shout out to the family. Are we going to be seeing you in Cagliari next week?
Yeah, 100%. I'm flying there tomorrow morning, and tomorrow 10 a.m. I'm in Cagliari. Gonna go for a session, check out the conditions, and yeah, I can't wait.
Right, and then China after that. That comes up quickly. You doing China as well?
Yes, exactly. China as well. It's not a popular opinion, but I love China. Like I've been going there many years, and then when I had to miss China events because of my university, in my studies, I was so bummed out. But now when I finish my race and I can go to all events, I go to China every time.
Max Mader, he was saying that dealing with the cuisine is sometimes challenging, sometimes difficult. What's your safe go-to food in China if you're worried about your stomach? What do you eat?
I eat chicken, white rice, and I have the green vegetables. Don't know the name, but I just eat them. That's it.
What about 1,000-year egg? You a fan of the 1,000-year egg?
Probably not. No. The rest of the stuff is tricky. So I just stick to the rice. If there's chicken, I eat chicken. If there's no chicken, just rice. I love rice. You put soy sauce in it, and you eat like 10 plates a day, and then you're good.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't sound too bad to me.
Yeah. I also bring my recovery shakes with extra protein, so I cover that stuff with the supplements. So if there's not good food, I just can eat that one. But like I love rice, so I like it. It's good.
Yeah, there's plenty of white rice, and there's also quite a lot of prize money in China. And Dennis, you're going to be right up there fighting for that prize money. But we've got this one in transit, we've got Cagliari, and we got China to go. Yeah. So by the end of the next couple of months, you could be a rich man.
Could be. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be contesting every single guy here for the top places. And yeah, let's bring it on. I'm ready.
All right, Dennis, thanks for joining us. Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Cheers. Quick ad, and we'll be back to you in a moment.
I'm really happy to be able to meet my partners by coming here. It's really cool to work with such a professional and high quality brand. I've been riding rob lines for a really long time, but I really like the stiffness of the lines, the durability, and yeah, the long lastings.
And it's really cool to be part of their team, seeing the development in their lines. And yeah, it's great to see.
They have such high quality ropes and such, strength and such resilience to all the elements, and the quality that it holds over time is phenomenal. And so with Robline, I feel really safe on the water, and they're really reliable, and it gives me an edge in my peace of mind to be able to go out and give it my best.
So I'm with Martin Dolent, and you're raring to go. You're all ready.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Hi mom. Hi dad. Yeah, I'm here ready to go, but the wind unfortunately is not. Yeah, we just have this westerly wind that's switching from offshore to onshore, and yeah, we don't know what's gonna happen. But yeah, I hope we get to do at least one good race, and I hope to get in the final, and then in the final I can fight again, and yeah, those are my wishes right now.
And how are your thoughts about the new format that we're trialing as well?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think it has its ups and downs. So there is more pressure on this one race, but also mentally you have less pressure because you don't have to win. You can also be second, which makes it easier and harder as well. Because if you mess up in that one race and you were doing good the whole week, then yeah, it's not so good. But if you were doing not so good the whole week and you do really good, then you are on the horse, as we say in Croatia.
On the horse. Yeah, exactly. Like we saw with Jan just now, working his way up from 10th, and unfortunately that race was abandoned. But yeah, the conditions are a little bit light now. And you've raced here how many times?
This is my fourth time actually. I was here already in 2019 with the Fly Surfer team. We were doing photo shooting. The VR tripping trip was really fun.
Oh,
yeah, we had like a local race here on the weekend, and yeah, that was my first time here. It was my first time sleeping in my van. Whoa. And yeah, it's just I have a nice memory from here from then, and yeah, I really like it here.
Nice, so good. You keep on coming back every year. And did you do the mixed team relay with Maria?
No, I didn't do it. I think I was somewhere else, or I was at home. I don't know.
Ah, fair enough. And looking ahead to the next events, will we see you in Sardinia?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to Sardinia, and after that I'm taking a small break from kiting finally, and then I'm going to China for the Asian Championships, and then later for the final.
Nice. So a double China, 2 events back to back for you. How are you feeling about the Chinese cuisine?
Yeah, it's gonna be back in China after since Corona. I think last time I was there was 2019, and yeah, I mean, I like me and my dad. Like my dad was already there in end of September for the Asian Games, and yeah, like I don't really like the food, yeah, because I'm really used to salty and peppery food, but there it's more soya sauce and stuff like this. But yeah, for example, Max's mom, she makes me Chinese food sometimes, and I really love it, yeah. So I think in small portions it's good, and I'm gonna enjoy it for maybe 1 or 2 days, and then after that I'm gonna have to find some European food.
Absolutely. Shout out to Max's mum, Hui Keng, who I think is the best cook out there. We've both been quite lucky to try some of her cooking. And I guess speaking of Max, you're hoping to join him later today in the final. And because he's your training partner usually, so when you race together on the race course, does that feel just like another training day? It's like, oh yeah, it's Max, I'm used to racing with him. Or does it feel different in competition?
No, actually, it's exactly like on the training. Yeah, he's behind me. I know he's even in training. He's always pushing 100%. So yeah, basically, it's the same as if it's here or at home. It doesn't really matter. Yeah.
That's really nice. And yeah, I guess what do you expect to happen from the conditions? If you've been here 4 times, have we seen this before in Transi, these conditions?
I don't really remember. I think the second time I was here, we had something similar, but it was sunny. So, but yeah, I don't know what's going to happen, really. I think anything can happen. We can also have no wind like this the whole day after this. We can also get some gusts from the west wind that we're going to get fired up again. And but let's see what happens, yeah.
Absolutely. And speaking about the beginning of the week as well, because obviously it's been amazing in the top 4. Lots of you guys have taken race wins. And for you, what was your main strategy, or what was working for you in the races that you won?
Well, I was just watching the wind and predicting how it will go, and that's it. Yeah, not too many secrets.
Not too many secrets.
Yeah. I was being very spontaneous with my decisions. I didn't set up any strict plans. I was just watching how it goes as it goes, you know, especially in those light wind. I was riding and more looking back, not focusing on my speed that much, and that's it.
Yeah, I think that's quite important here specifically, to just be really adaptable to the conditions and the changeability that comes at you. So yeah, good luck for today when we get racing later. Thanks, Martin.
Thank you.
So we'll take it to another ad.
Ist das da Kultur? Oder was? Was ist mit uns? Sind wir Kultur? Wir alle sind Kultur.
Alle.
Alle. Alle. Alle. Alle.
Alle.
Alle.
Lauriane Nolo, the wind has almost disappeared. I mean, it just keeps on going from one extreme to the other. But last night, you were struggling to sleep. It was so windy, right?
Yeah, last night was quite wild. We had like some proper gusts coming in. It was like 30 knots, I think, on shore. So we were a bit wondering what was going on. But I think
you're in the van, just right near the beach. So this is in the van just over there, right?
Yeah, we're staying at the campground, and so yeah, the van is not really far from the spot, and yeah, it was like pretty windy. So we were maybe expecting that this wind will calm down a little bit, but stay with us, but no.
How much have you been enjoying those races so far, or do you have another word to describe it other than enjoyment? What do you make of it so far, the men's racing?
No, actually it was, I think, only fun on the water. I'm quite happy because I was really wondering what this year will be in Transi, because last year we were a bit unlucky. But actually, since I arrived, we haven't kited just one day so far. So it was like a pretty windy week. And yeah, I hope it's going to be windy today. I don't know.
Well, we see signs of that, and then it comes and goes. And what about your friend Sam Dickinson? I mean, Sam,
We can see him on the background. He's coming back with the boat right now.
right. So Sam's still coming ashore. Now, when Sam came ashore from the repechage, he was last across the line, but he didn't seem to realise until you pointed it out to him that he'd actually qualified to go through the next round.
Yeah, so the first quarter final was quite of a mess because the two first guys were actually black flag, and Sam decided to go out with the 23 meter square, but it was a bit too big for the win at this moment, so he was really struggling to go around the course. But yeah, finally, he decided to abandon and he came back to the beach. But because the two first guys were black flag, and the black flag is more points than DNF, he got qualified to go to the next. So it's the semi-final, quarter final.
Yeah.
So yeah, he was not really expecting that, but yeah. And now this one is abandoned, so he still got chances to win.
And same for Valentin Bontus with that bow tie in his kite. So Valentin, he lives to fight another day as well.
Yeah, I really hope, for everybody, that we're going to have some good conditions to have fair races, because this one, at least, it was entertaining, but yeah, the wind was looking horrible, and even for the kites is not really great. So I think the wind is going to come back and be steady so we can have proper racing.
Now, I remember here in Transy last year, you didn't seem that happy with the light wind conditions. I think you're coming here with a bit more positivity this year. I think you know that at the Olympic Games in Marseille, it could be light and tricky as well there. So are you learning to embrace the fact that you have to go out in these, unreliable conditions?
Yeah, I think it's a full preparation, physical, but as well mental. And if every time it's light, I'm going on the water saying I don't like the light wind, is not really helping me. So yeah, I'm really trying to be okay with the fact that it's light and get used to it. To maybe one day I will be like the light king, queen, we never know. So yeah, I'm just trying to have a good mind and be positive, and we'll see what is going to happen.
And are there any patterns of play that you can take away from what you've seen in the racing this morning? We've seen Carl Mader, okay, he was over the line, but the port tack worked really well for him. And then the port tack for Jan Kozowski in the next race went really badly for him. So any patterns that you can see?
I think, as Martin was saying, you have to be really spontaneous and open your eyes and see where is the wind, because here in the lake, it's only gust coming there and there, and you will never know, the right will never be always good, or the left will never be always good. So I think you just have to keep your eyes open and just at the last moment be okay, the gust is there, I'm gonna go there.
Now, we're going to have a longer break. We're going to give it a bit of time until the wind settles down, and hopefully we get the men and we get you and the rest of the women out racing.
I want to race.
We know you want to race. Now, do you have a hello message for any of your friends, family or chickens before we go off air?
Hi Nuggets, hi Brochettes. I hope they're doing great. I'm pretty sure Theo haven't hit them, so it's okay.
Who's looking after the chickens?
No, at the moment it's my grandparents, because we were not at home with Theo, so yeah, they're super chill. I'm pretty sure my grandparents are doing a great job with the chickens.
Okay, all right. So hello to Nugget and Brochette.
And hi to my family as well. But I don't know if they're watching, but probably.
I should very much hope so.
Yeah, I think they're watching.
Anyway, we're going to take a bit of a longer break now, but do stay tuned on our social media, because we are still keeping our fingers crossed that we get back into those races and that we get to see Lauriane Nerlot and all the rest of the riders have a great day this afternoon. You have a great day. 2 races in a row. That's what
in a row and be first.
All right. That's what she wants for today. Anyway, we'll see if she can make that happen later on. See you later.
Yeah. Bye.
Match here in Lake Transi in Austria. This is KiteFoil World Series Austria, the final day. My name's Andy Rice. Jimmy Craythorne. We have had some drama at the end of that abandoned quarterfinal. Explain what happened.
So it was really sad, actually. So Sam Dickinson he swam in the race and had to wrap up his kite, and as he stepped off the rescue boat onto the pontoon, he slipped, and we think he dislocated his shoulder. So poor Sam there. Luckily the paramedics came super fast and they've taken him to hospital, but it means that he won't be getting a rerun in this quarterfinal. But he was in good spirits, and we wish you all the best, Sam.
Yeah, wish you all the best, Sam. And so in hospital in Austria, and probably get an x-ray for, I think, a first-time dislocation. I don't think it's happened to him before, so it needs to be treated very carefully. That means we are about to be commentating on a 3-rider quarterfinal. And that means for those riders, as long as they don't finish last, then they will move through to the next stage. They'll move through to the semi-finals. So with Sam Dickinson out, that means we're talking about Jan Kozowski of Poland, who was leading that race earlier this afternoon before it was abandoned, Janis Maus from Germany, and Valentin Bontus, the Austrian rider, who wasn't able to start the race because he had a wrap in his kite. So this is a reprieve for Valentin Bontus and an opportunity for the Austrian to move up to the next stage here on Lake Transi, home waters for him.
Yeah, I think he'll be happy that there is a rerun of this, because it's always a shame when something does go wrong in pre-start and you don't even get a shot at your race. So he'll be raring to go.
All right, we will update you on the latest conditions in a moment, but a quick break first.
DR5, built to win.
So with 3 minutes to go to the start of this rerun of the quarterfinals, Jimmy, it still looks streaky out there. There are gusts and lulls. Do you know what the 3 riders have chosen in terms of kite size?
Yeah, so on our screen there we can see Janis Maus with his black 15-metre Fly Surfer VMG. So I think the other 2 have matched him on the 15-metre as well. And again, for the conditions we're seeing right now, I think that's a good call, but as we saw earlier, the wind can just switch off and make it quite difficult. So yeah, we'll see how it works out for them.
And it was trying to make his way towards the slalom boy to the left of your picture, is slightly out of picture from what we see now. That was the most tricky part of the race course last time round. So I don't know if we're on the same XS2 course, which means or if it will be a straight up and down course, but actually we've still got 3 minutes to go. But here is our talk through the course. Jimmy, talk us through it.
Yeah, so it's still XS2, so that's 2 laps of the windward leeward that you can see there, and then it finishes with a slalom finish where you'll do a final jibe, so reach to reach jibe, and you can see the little kite animation going through the finish line there.
Okay, and often a lot of the action is decided right at the finish of those races on the final race towards the slalom mark, and sometimes you see overtaking manoeuvres at the final slalom jibe turning mark as well. Bit of a crash down there for Janis Maus, but he's up and running again. It's got just over 2 minutes to start. We got 3 riders in this race, and 2 of them will be going through to the next round. So only one of them is gonna be knocked out at this stage. Now, what do you reckon to a port or a starboard tack start? I know it's really hard to say, but we've seen it work and we've seen it not work so far in the races that we've seen.
Exactly. I think it's hard to predict what these riders are going to do with a minute and 30 leading up to the start. They're all on the same tack at the moment, so it seems like they're going for the same strategy. They might jibe back round and go for a port start.
Well, with 1 minute
Yannis
30
jibing, yeah.
Yeah, to the left of our picture, it's Valentin Bontas. It looks the way that Valentin is so far out to one side that Valentin is lining up for the port tack start, while the other two, it looks like Yannis Maus and Jan Kozowski are going for the more conventional starboard start. So Valentin Bontas is quite a long way away from the line. He's got just over a minute to go, but this surely means that the Austrian rider is committing himself to a port tack start.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Whereas Yannis, I think, is pretty convinced on that starboard start, punching out to the left-hand corner.
It does seem like going into that right-hand corner, which is at the top of your screen near the cliffs, what Valentin Bontas is aiming for is either win big or lose big. But you see that gust of wind, that darker patch of water. Actually, maybe it looks good on the right-hand side right now. What do you think, Jimmy?
I agree. Yeah, from our perspective, we can see a bit more breeze there. And I don't know if the usual Trounsey strategy will work for this race. So yeah, I think it's just kind of get into the gust and take as much wind as you can find, because it has dropped a little bit now. So they will be struggling a little bit on these 15 metres.
Oh,
but
looks like Valentin Bontas is coming in for a late approach on starboard. So we got all three about to start on starboard. 1 second, and they're off. And it looks like a really good start for Valentin Bontas furthest to the left, but also for Yannis Maus in a high mode and Jan Kozowski in the middle, trying to live between the two of them. And Jan Kozowski has now found a bit of space to windward of Valentin Bontas, so it's very even.
yeah, so it looks like Yannis has gone for the same strategy, keeping on top of the fleet, trying to keep in control. It's a clear start for all of them, so they're all in this race. And two of them will progress to the next round, to the semis. Valentin Bontas in the middle there, punching forward. But Yannis Maus still in a controlling position on the top of the other two riders.
Oh,
touchdown for Valentin Bontas there, pumping back up. Jan just tacking out, and Yannis Maus getting away cleanly there.
So Valentin Bontas giving away his advantage to Jan Kozowski, and Yannis Maus looking strong on the far side with his different coloured kite, and even the tip of his kite just briefly brushes the surface of the water. How often does that happen?
Yeah, you want to keep your kite as low as possible to get maximum power, but you don't want it to touch the water. So yeah, ultimate control.
Yannis Maus just going into attack on the left of screen. Looks like he should just be leading coming into this first mark. Bit of a touchdown for Maus, but he's pumping like mad to stay on the foil. Looks like it might be light up there. They're all having to pump to stay on the foil. This is tricky stuff.
Yeah, super close. We have Jan in the middle there with Valentin Bontas to the right-hand side. All of them still in the game. As we saw in the other races, anything can happen on a gusty day like today. Yannis Maus still looking solid in the lead there.
Slightly more depth than Jan Kozowski, and a little bit further back, Valentin Bontas with some work to do to get back into the top two. Remember, it's only two that go through from this. Whoever finishes last across the finish line will be knocked out of the competition. First jibe for Kozowski, closely matched by Yannis Maus, still in the lead, and then Valentin Bontas just going out of picture on the left-hand side. Very close now.
Gains from Jan. Really, really closing in on Yannis there. This is going to be a really close jibe.
Kozowski started the day in 10th, sailing really, really well. The Polish rider up against some of the world's best. Yannis Maus and Valentin Bontas recently qualified their countries, Germany and Austria, for the Olympics. But Jan Kozowski from Poland really giving them a run for their money. But it's still Yannis Maus in the lead. And splashdown.
Well, so Valentin Bontas had a real nice rounding there and some good height out of that lured mark. So he's looking pretty strong now in a nice controlling position. Yanis a little bit further forward with good speed there. Jan and Valentin going for that early tack. Oh, it looks gusty.
Brief splashdown for Kozowski. Back up to speed again, but Kozowski now back in last place. Now he's the one that needs to play catch up, and Valentin Bontas has the hammer down on the right hand side, and he's looking fast. But Yanis Mouse, another touch of kite on the surface of Lake Trounsey, playing that kite really low to the water, but Mouse is still leading this race at the moment.
Yeah, really close race with all of these three riders in the game.
Bontas the first attack on the left-hand side.
It's all about this ley line. It's pretty windy throughout most of the course, but actually at the windward it's quite light, we can see from our vantage point here. So they're going to have to really nail this ley line. You can see Jan there and Yanis both just caught in a lull there, looking to play this tack nice and safe to get round. Probably a bit of a safer ley line as well.
Looking close for the race not to be last. Yanis Mouse with a bit of breathing space as he's about to go round the windward mark.
Yeah, oh, splashdown. I think that's from JJ, from Jan.
We think it's Jan Kozowski who has had the splashdown. So the Polish rider could be out of this.
Yanis Mouse still in the lead. So that was actually Valentin Bontas who crashed down. Jan Kozowski looking strong in second at the moment.
Look at that big gust coming down to that dark stretch of water for Jan Kozowski. But Valentin Bontas, he needs something to go wrong for one of the front two riders, because Bontas only just going around the windward mark now after that splashdown. Yanis Mouse looks solid in the front, doing almost 30 knots downwind. Jan Kozowski not far behind him, and then a big gap back to Bontas. But Bontas looks like he'll get into that gust and carry some stronger wind down. And then he has to hope that it goes a little bit funky towards that slalom mark, because the slalom mark has been a very important part of this race course so far. Mouse completes the final jibe before he rounds the bottom of the mark course. Just one more jibe in the race to go, and that's round the potentially treacherous slalom mark. It depends how much wind there is in that corner of the lake, but it looks like it's a little bit windier now.
Yeah, much windier now. The earlier race, it was glassy and they couldn't even make it to the reach mark, so this is a much better race for them. Yanis Mouse looking strong there, coming into the final reach in the lead of this race. Jan just behind, about to go jibe around the slalom mark.
Yanis Mouse looking so fast as he comes searing towards the finish line and books his spot in the next round. He's through to the semi-final. Big celebration for the German. And will it be Jan Kozowski who crosses in second? He can't be far off now. And Valentin Bontas still with a lot to do. There's Jan Kozowski booking his place in the final. Big cheer.
Amazing cheer on the beach here for Jan. I think his friends and family are so stoked to see him climb up through from 10th and through the quarterfinals and into the semis. He's doing such a good job, the 17-year-old from Poland.
But that means Valentin Bontas, the local hero from Austria, is the one that doesn't make it through. So an unfortunate finish for Valentin in the quarterfinal. We will be back to you shortly.
Steht dort, wo Menschen neue Wege gehen. Gemeinsam erschaffen wir, was alleine nie entstanden wäre. Wir tragen alles, was es dazu braucht, in uns. Einzeln sind wir stark, gemeinsam sind wir noch stärker. Es ist das Wir, das uns alles erreichen lässt.
Raiffeisen. Wir machen's möglich.
There's Yanis Mouse with his black kite in the middle of screen. Quick splashdown for Yanis Mouse. Doesn't matter too much as long as he keeps his kite in the air. It's about 5 minutes, oh no, just under 3 minutes to the start of the next race. And this is who we've got lining up in the semi. So just through from the previous round is Yanis Maus and Jan Kozowski. And the new riders to talk about are Denis Taradin from Cyprus and Martin Dolenc from Croatia. Martin being last year's winner here in Transi, and he does seem to go particularly well. And Martin and Dennis were only 1 point out of going straight through to the final. There was only 1 point between the top four during the opening series. So very, very evenly matched between the top four. So they, unfortunately for them, have had to go through the semi-final process. And this is going to be very competitive indeed. 3 minutes to go. And the breeze seems to be holding up. We will go to a quick ad and we'll be back to you shortly. Two minutes 30 just under to the start of the next race. Now we saw all three riders in the previous start on starboard, but we've got four in the race this time. I'm sure someone's going to go for the port tack start. Do you think, Jimmy?
Yeah, it's got to be done. It's got to be done. I wonder who it will be. I think Yanis seems to be quite liking that boat end start, having nice control over the rest of the fleet from above. But we'll see if he does the same again here.
And compared with the riders he's been up against so far, he seems to have a good height mode.
Oh, yeah, really strong high mode. But he's up against Martin in this one, and I know Martin's high mode is second to none, so that will be quite a nice little race between those two.
This is a very high quality set of riders we've got in this fleet, and the one that maybe would surprise more than the rest for being in the semi-final, Jan Kozowski started the day in 10th, and now he can't finish it worse than 6th in Transi, and who knows what he could do in this next race.
Yeah, that is amazing. Really cool to see this format kind of really coming into its own. It's nice to see, to see that opportunity come for someone coming into this series in 10th to be able to climb up.
Yanis Maus, he's just sailing along the start line at the moment. It looks to me with 50 seconds to go, I'm wondering if Yanis is thinking about the port tack start. I thought that about Valentin Bontas in the previous race, and then he did a very late tack on to starboard. But with now just 40 seconds to go, I'm thinking that the German rider front of picture is lining up for the port tack start. The other three looking like they are set for a starboard. And Jan Kozowski leading the other three in from the far side. That's Jan Kozowski on furthest left in the red board. Closest to us is Martin Dolenc with 10 seconds to go, and we will see where Yanis Maus slots in a moment. He should come in from left of screen very shortly. And here goes Yanis Maus. Has he got enough distance to be able to get across the front of them? Yes, he does. So what an amazing start by the German, who is now successfully across the line, and it's a clear start. So, Jimmy, now it's the moment of truth for Yanis. How's that going to go for him on the far side? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we will have to wait and see.
Close cut.
Yeah, I've got VJ behind me saying it's going to be a close cut.
But let's see.
Bold move from the German rider.
Who's doing best of the three on our side?
So we've got Denis Taradin at the bottom of our screen. Really good upwind speed from him. He won the pin. He's gone for a lower mode, and he's really going for that left corner. Tacking now with Martin Dolenc. And then Jan is the last to tack there.
Jan doesn't seem to have quite the speed of some of the other riders, and he's not as big as them and not as experienced. But I wonder if his lack of weight tells against him, but he seems to be very good downwind.
Yeah, he's impressively fast downwind. So we see Yannis Mouse looking strong at the moment on starboard there. Still hard to tell whether that's worked for him.
Well, it's going to be close between Yannis Mouse. He's at least on starboard, so he's got the starboard tack advantage, and it looks like he's just going to get across the front of them. So that brave port tack start is paying off nicely for the German right now.
Fantastic move. Dennis Taradin tacking now just behind him. We can see Martin Dolence in third at the moment, but Yannis Mouse leading round that windward mark onto the first downwind.
Having to pump his way out of the windward mark, and super close with Taradin being chased by Dolench. Very close battle for second, and Jan Kozowski bringing up the rear, and with a bit of work to do to catch up the front runners. Yannis Mouse got good depth. He's the first to jibe, and a little bit slow coming out of the jibe, but he's up and running again. And the breeze has moderated. It's quite a nice. This is about as steady as we've seen today, Jimmy. Do you think?
I think so. Yeah, steady, but still difficult conditions out there. Yannis Mouse doing a good job in the lead there. I think he's had the quarterfinals to warm up, so he's a bit more aware of what's going on out there, whereas Dennis Taradin and Martin Dolence, they're kind of coming in cold, so this is their first race of the day. So they're kind of working it out as they go along.
Do you think that's partly why Yannis is in the lead? He's got that extra experience of this tricky race course today so far?
Yeah, it can't hurt. I think it definitely helps to have that kind of warm-up.
But Yannis Mouse, he's still not got much of a lead. It's good enough, but the other two are keeping him honest. And it is Mouse rounding first, Taradin rounding second, and Martin Dolench with a really tight rounding already up into his high mode. And this is what Dolench, the Croatian, does so well. Jimmy mentioned it earlier, he's got this fantastic high mode, and tactically that could work out very well for him.
Absolutely, yeah, that was a really good rounding. We'll see if it's enough for him to control the tack with Dennis Taradin just below him.
So close between the front three, and you see it from that angle, and you wonder if Yannis Mouse is losing a bit of his advantage. Dennis Taradin and Martin Dolench got an opportunity to attack the German. Let's find out when we see that first tack. But as I say that, Mouse, well, it's a simultaneous tack between all three.
Good move from Dennis Taradin there. We know he's really strong upwind, and he's really proving that to us right now. Putting pressure on Yannis Mouse for sure. This is going to be a really tight tack into the windward. All three riders really, really pushing to get through to that final.
And Jan Kozowski out of picture some way back. He's got a lot of catching up to do for the Polish rider to get back into this. And it looks like Martin Dolench has slipped down a little bit too as well, Jimmy, do you think?
I don't know if he's slipped down or if Dennis has actually pushed forward. I think Dennis is definitely putting pressure on Yannis. Martin is the first attack there, the other two going for the Simo tack. But Yannis still in the lead there.
And you wonder if Taradin has overtacked and let the door open to Dolench, because it's Dolench now around in second, and looks like Taradin's misjudged his last ley line approach.
So that ley line on the short course is so critical, and I think Martin called it perfectly there.
Yeah, he was very brave to be the first attack where he did, and it's worked out really well for him, but it's so close between these front three still. Nothing to choose between them. Taradin the first to jibe, and then in picture is Yannis Mouse with a crash down.
No.
Oh my God.
So
that's Yannis Mouse who crashed his jibe just then, giving the lead away to Dennis Taradin. Our top two currently, Dennis Taradin and Martin Dolence. Let's see that again. So with the black VMG there, Yannis Mouse goes for the jibe, and he just falls in. Anything can happen in kite racing.
Anything can.
And anything could still happen. We've seen this so often today, and Mouse got up and running very, very quickly indeed, and it's still very hard to call.
Still in the game.
Really?
Dennis Taradin going for the jibe there. Martin Dolence just behind. Yannis Mouse that was an incredible recovery. He's still in the game.
I'm surprised by
Martin in the lead now, pumping. I think Dennis Taradin called a better lay line there, so he's coming into that reach with a bit more speed.
Taradin in the lead.
Double
yes.
judge. Yeah.
So Taradin, followed by Dolenc, followed by Mouse, and a big gap back to Kozhowski. Now will Taradin hold his nerve? We've seen a battle between these two last year and a last gasp change of order. What will it be this time between Taradin and Dolenc? Who will hold their nerve? As long as you're in the top two, that's what matters. It's the top two who will go through, and it looks increasingly like it's going to be Dennis Taradin and Martin Dolenc who book their spots in the next round. They get into the four-rider final, and Yannis Mouse, after that crash down for the German, it's heartache for him because he just misses out on his spot in the final.
sad, but...
Quick break, and we will be back to you with the start of the women's final.
Dennis.
Right, time to the start for the women's final. It's just 1 minute 30, and we have Julia Damasovic from Poland, Alina Corneli from Austria, Lauriane Nolot from France, and Brianna Whitehead from Australia. And Whitehead, for winning the opening series, she already has 2 wins to her name. She only needs to win 1 race and she becomes the champion in Transy. Nolot, she has 1 win to her name. She needs to win 2 more races. And then for Corneli and Damasovic, well, they need to win 3. So they've got a lot of work to do. So it's in Whitehead's hands to take the title, but of course Whitehead knows, like the rest of us, Jimmy, that Lauriane Nolot is the reigning world champion, and in these conditions could be difficult to beat. What do you think?
Exactly, especially after day 2 where Lauriane had such a solid day. I think she's definitely putting pressure on Brie for that title, and this is going to be exciting between all 4 of these riders.
That's Lauriane Nolot in the blue on the left. And then we have Alina Corneli in the red. And then the green is Julia Damasovic, last year's winner here in Transy. And in yellow, it's Brianna Whitehead. 12 seconds to the start. And there is going to be starboard tack start for all 4 riders.
So that's Julia Damasovic going for the boat end start there. This is what she did so well last year when she won the title. She's just fantastic at winning that boat. She's got a good high mode, good at controlling the fleet. At the bottom of our screen, or rather the top, in the red bib, we see Alina Corneli, who went for the pin. But all riders on starboard, nobody going for that port start.
And Lauriane Nolot, always known to be fast on the upwind leg. She's in the blue, she's the furthest right now, and there are the differences in speed. You can see that Nolot is doing over 24 knots, and Corneli is just touching 24 knots, but Nolot is making her speed advantage work for her, and Brianna Whitehead in the yellow to the left is just not quite able to match that speed. She's maybe a knot or a knot and a half down on boat speed, so early advantage looks like it's going towards Lauriane Nolot. And remember, whatever happens, to keep this final alive, they have to stop Brianna Whitehead from winning this first match.
Incredible speed from Lauriane. She's the first attack, and she is pumping a little bit out of her tack. She crossed most of the fleet, but not Julia, who's tacking just now. So good little battle between Julia Damasovic and Lauriane Nolot there.
This is going to be a close one. I have a feeling they're massive.
It is certainly looking close, and Brianna Whitehead holding a marginal lead. Lauriane Nolot struggling for wind down here, falling out of the breeze, and this is looking disastrous for Nolot and also for Corneli. I mean, just in completely different breeze.
Just found a hole there, yeah.
Well, have I only one question? How are the ones so strong?
Lauriane really trying to pump out of her tack there. Oh, Brianna and Julia, their kite's going down. We'll see if Lorianne can make it past those two riders. She's still pumping to keep flow over her foil, keep going. And it sounds like they are going to abandon this race because
we don't know that for sure yet. We'll find out soon. That is the double sound signal, so it is indeed abandoned. Triple horn, and so abandonment, and you can see why when you see that image of Brianna Whitehead in the yellow and Julia Damasovic in the green. Well, these are the best female riders in the world, and they're struggling to make sense of these conditions, which is a real pity because that race started off quite nicely, and you could see Nolo eking out a small advantage on boat speed.
Absolutely, you could really see the riders kind of choosing their strategy, playing to their different advantages. Julia with good height and going for that boat end, trying to control the fleet, and then Lorianne knows she's got speed and a bit more of a lower mode, so she was trying to be first to that corner, aiming to cross the others. And yeah, it's a shame that the wind didn't stay on, because that was going to be a good race.
Yeah, so Transy, it's really testing Mikhail, the race officer, and everyone running the racing out there. You get 10 or 20 minutes of good wind, and then something changes again. I mean, that was a very good, valid race that we saw in the men's semi-final.
Exactly, yeah. You saw all of the riders were really close together, whereas often when the wind starts to die, you see everyone spread out a little bit more, and it's a different vibe of racing.
Yeah.
You can see Alina doing a really good job. She's managed to stay on the foil and she's sending it back to shore. She'll be wanting to keep her kite dry there.
How much of a difference does that make? If you get a wet kite and there's no sun in the sky today, so you can only dry out your kite with air blowing through the kite and getting the water out. Even when you've had a few minutes, how disadvantaged is a kite that's got wet compared with a completely dry kite?
Yeah, so at the end of the day, a dry kite is faster than a wet kite. So when it's wet, it's heavier, it flies through the air less effectively, less efficiently. And if it's really, really windy, then it's more prone to kind of doing funky things in the sky. So yeah. Moral of the story, you want to keep your kite dry.
It does only make sense, though. I mean, the weather in Trump...
We'll go to a quick ad, and then we'll be back to you shortly.
I'm really happy to be able to meet my partners by coming here. It's really cool to work with such a professional and high quality brand. I've been riding rub lines for a really long time, but I really like the stiffness of the lines, the durability, and yeah, the long lastings.
And it's really cool to be part of their team, seeing the development in their lines. And yeah, it's great to see.
They have such high quality ropes and such, strength and such resilience to all the elements, and the quality that it holds over time is phenomenal. And so with Robline, I feel really safe on the water, and they're really reliable, and it gives me an edge in my peace of mind to be able to go out and give it my best.
So the AP over H flag tells us that all riders have been sent back ashore, and Jimmy, sometimes that is an ordeal in itself, isn't it? I mean, even getting back ashore when the wind dies is quite a mission.
Exactly, yeah, and I think we can see Maximilian, he went out there a little bit early to get used to the conditions before his finals, and he luckily managed to make it in before swimming. So yeah, all of these riders just want to be on land now with dry kites.
All right, we'll go to another quick break and we'll be back to you shortly with an update.
Ist das da Kultur? Oder was? Was ist mit uns? Sind wir Kultur? Wir alle sind Kultur.
Alle.
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 Ole.
Alle.
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 So there we have Max Mader with it wearing the yellow #1, and well, Max is always ready to go, Jimmy, isn't he? It doesn't matter if there is just a 1% chance of racing. Max Mader's always the first into his wetsuit, and he's always the last to get out of it. And he tends to wear his helmet and even his mask throughout the day, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Once he's in race mode, he very much stays in the mode, in the zone for the whole racing day.
Now, I've heard that he likes to keep his mask on because he doesn't want to give away his game face. You can't tell what he's thinking if because whether he's got a smile or a frown, you can't tell.
Exactly. Yeah, you have no idea what he's thinking under there. Yeah, full game face.
What do you think he's thinking at the moment?
I think he's probably thinking, please let the wind come back. I want to race.
Well, I don't know if I was imagining it then. I wondered if I saw a flash of lightning in the sky, but I think I'm imagining it. I think that it's looking a little bit unlikely in the near future. I think we should be coming out fairly soon and going on standby and then coming back on air if we think that racing is going to get going again. So I'm just going to wait for a confirmation on that. Yeah, so it is looking pretty flaky out on the water at the moment. So we're going to go off air, but as I've said before a few times today, do stay on the social media channels. Stay tuned because you can see the race officer and his group are working as hard as they can to complete a full set of races today in our medal series here in Transy. But for the time being, from me, Andy Rice, and from Jimmy Craythorne, we're going off air, but we hope to see you a little bit later on this afternoon. See you then.